Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently April 18th. So we're here kicking off another session. Just want to make sure everyone can hear me okay. Can I just get a quick sound check, guys? Sound check, sound check. Sound is good. Sound is good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so jumping into the charts here, we've seen oil actually take a bit of a decline. It gapped down all the way down to 81 bucks. Now getting a reversal and actually going green here in the session. You are seeing some strength across the indices, a little bit of a bounce coming in today. You are seeing some weakness, though, creeping back into the semis yet again, as well as Tesla. Semiconductors are under pressure because of Taiwan semi. Bitcoin had a nice little bounce, currently trading up to 62,388. That's up 1.8%. So you should see crypto stocks stage a bit of a bounce as long as the indices can firm up. Again, QQQ close to hitting that first Fibonacci zone. Right now it closed right on that blue line is that daily chart gap fill. So there is some support here, but obviously if we touch this big fib level, that's probably going to be your next big level to buy. So we'll watch that level very, very closely. Nat Gas was showing some strength, trying to break out of a nice little flag pattern. Still up 1.15%, but we'll just have to see if that wants to firm up at all throughout the session. There is a nice little hourly bull flag developing with potential upside to about $2.02, the measured move, whether or not that hits today. Yeah, you know, whiskey business, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. Say I'm louder, good stuff, good stuff. So hopefully we're working out the kinks and getting the sound sorted. But yeah, sizing for loss in options is key, right? You always want to recognize the downside risk. There'll be other trades, there'll be other losers, there'll be other winners, but that's the thing is, right, you never want to get wiped out on your losers. Because you can go on a run, you get confident, and then you put an excess amount of capital to work, and it could go against you. So as of now, again, yesterday wasn't a good day for the call side. Let's see if today's a little bit better. But I'm just going to take it slow. I think if Taiwan Semi, you can see Taiwan Semi is actually breaking down here. So right now puts shorts are favored on Taiwan Semi and semis. Again, the market's a little bit oversold, so it's always risky in this environment. But Taiwan Semiconductor could definitely be one on the short side that we could continue to hammer. I think as long as you stay below this zone over here. So again, I'm not really jumping into anything at the open. I just want to see how the market settles out and opens up. Right now, Qs are seeing a little bit of downward pressure in the pre-market. They are slightly green. Bitcoin again is up. I think Bitcoin and oil stocks could get a bounce here, crypto stocks. So watch those carefully. Humana continuing to gap up and press. Tesla almost at 151. Yeah, Tesla's one that could actually bounce today if the market firms up. Yeah, gapping down to 151 now, eh? Quite extraordinary. All right, guys, markets are open. Markets are open. Seeing the Qs under a little bit of minor pressure right off the open. Dollar's trying to consolidate bullishly. Let's flip to a shorter time frame on the Nasdaq here. You can see the Qs are trying to push up right off the open. Tesla's trying to catch a bid. QQQ. If MSTR breaks this inverse, this little neckline, it could make a nice run. So yeah, Tesla's still struggling. Let's look at Taiwan Semi. Nvidia right now doing okay. Amazon coming in a touch. Meta's pushing. Apple's trying to push. QQQ still just stuck in the same range. Again, we break out of this little downsloping trend line, then calls are favored, but if we don't, puts are then favored. Look at Taiwan Semi getting a nice little move up off of the lows. Nice gap down. So we're trying to recapture this key daily pivot here, which we're into right now. So there will be some sellers there, but I would be more inclined to maybe short it at 135 Pierce. You can see the Qs are coming down more now. So QQQ is under pressure. Oil's starting to rip again. Yields are slightly green across the board. You know, we're seeing Visa down 32, Tesla down a couple percent, Apple's still slightly green, Rivian's getting hit. Yeah, I do think a long on MSTR is a good risk to reward ratio in this vicinity. I do. Again, I'm actually holding a swing trade. Look at the Qs testing and making a new low of day. Let's see if we retest this fib zone. Taiwan Semi still struggling. Tesla's trying to still catch a bid. I have a really good solid level on Tesla, but it's a little bit lower. Nvidia getting reversed hard. Apple's trying to press a little bit. Look at the Qs coming right back down again, guys. Guys, I'm going to go long Apple here. 168.36 I got filled at. 168.36, just common shares. 168.36. This is a 1/4 position. I'm long Apple, 168.36. You can even see it's still getting sold into. Next ad level on Apple. It's all the way down here at 167.70. Qs are still getting peeled away here. Trying to lose this gap fill. Quite extraordinary. Lululemon's still firming up here. Again, so we're long Apple. At the moment, QQQ is falling though. MSTR is trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Bitcoin's trying to make another move up. I'm going to look at a high risk option on MSTR. I'm just looking at some of these spreads right now. Alright guys, I just took a 12.40 call on MSTR, got filled at 23.40 a contract. Expiring April 19th, so tomorrow. 12.40 call at 23.40 a con. Only one contract again, size for loss. 12.40 a contract. Still holding long Apple. You can see Apple's trying to outperform the Qs. Some of the biggest market movers today. Genuine Parts, gapping up. United Airlines seeing some strength. Equifax down. Snap-on. A lot of weakness, but still some pockets of strength. Alright, so we're seeing MSTR trying to creep back up a little bit. CGC slight bid. LAC down minus 25%. Is that correct? Are you serious? LAC down 25%. Oof, bloodbath. Yep, that's a bloodbath. Yeah, these lithium stocks are in trouble. These lithium stocks are not shaping up to be all that impressive right now. Alright, Bitcoin's starting to reverse, guys. I'm actually just going to play it safe. And if we start to lose this 1175 zone on MSTR, I'll take a small loss on this put option. Or sorry, this call option. Still holding Apple on the long side. It's a 1/4 entry. I repeat, it's a 1/4 entry. Indices are back to the negative side again, with the QQQ leading the downside charge, taking out yesterday's low at the moment. Apple still coming in. The sell side pressures again being observed in semiconductors at the moment. Alright, next ad level on Apple's coming in. Remember, this is a 1/4 position, so we have plenty of maneuverability. Look at the Qs. Qs are coming up into a first Fibonacci zone, so this is where the bulls should start to defend and bounce this. QQQ still struggling here. More sell side pressure coming in, guys. Dollar's trying to break higher here. You'll stay out of that one. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Bitcoin's still trying to hold around 62. Nvidia's still at the lows, down 0.59% when it was up over 1% in the pre-market. Whoops. Sorry, guys. That's just my cat walking across my keyboard. Alright, I just added to Apple there 167.79. 167.69. My average is now sitting at 168.02. Qs are hitting that fib zone, guys. Qs are hitting that fib zone. So this is where we should see some buyers, but at this point they're still just peeling it away. Wow, quite extraordinary price action that we're observing. Alright, so Qs are hitting this massive support, hourly chart support at the moment. I'm going to draw this channel across just so that we can observe it. That's connecting from your April 2nd pivot. You can even see we're breaching this little pivot zone here. That's quite extraordinary. Qs are still trying to breach this lower area, guys. Here comes a bounce. Big bounce in Apple. Qs are trying to firm up. Alright guys, I just took a 425 call. That's what I'm looking at. 425 call. Got filled at $1.30 a contract. $1.30 a contract. $425 call. Sorry, 425 call. On the Qs. Still holding Apple common shares long. Took a 425 call. Filled at $1.30. Still holding this 1240 call on MSTR. But Bitcoin's still seeing some heavier price action. Yeah, Nvidia is still looking heavy, piercing the 50-day moving average. Again, the downside target for Nvidia based off of this break is now 804, 805 zone. And that could happen today. That could easily happen today. So we're in the money on Apple, slightly up on our contracts, but they're hovering pretty quickly. They're changing pretty sharply there on us. MSTR still seeing some slight fading opportunity. Apple, we're in the green. Qs are moving up nicely off of those contracts, guys. Qs are moving up really nicely. Alright, so we're up about 19 cents a contract on the 425. Still looking for them to get in the money. Apple's ripping, so we're nicely up on Apple. Apple, I think Apple's upside target at the minimum, probably we could try to recapture this little bit of a trend channel that we're looking at. This is the channel that I'm watching on Apple. And I think this is where we could actually push to and recapture, which would give us a pretty sizable move to the upside. And you can see we are pressing on Apple. We are pressing quite sharply now. MSTR is trying to firm up. QQQ contracts are now printing much heavier. So let's see if we can make some money back from yesterday's crazy weak call day. It was extreme put day on the market. Dixie's still ripping. Qs are still struggling in this range, but they are hitting some hourly chart support. Daily 100 moving average is sitting at 421.80 on the Qs, so there's definitely some support down there, but that's quite a ways down. Still seeing Tesla down 3.5. Amazon's catching a really big bid. Microsoft's still weak here, trading at 408 on Microsoft and still selling. Alright, so we're seeing MicroStrategy potentially firming up. Again, we're in 3 long plays, 425 calls on the Qs. Apple common shares long off this 168.02 level. And then MSTR 1240 call. So right now you've seen Apple showing some slight positivity up on the session. Nvidia, Microsoft, AMD, SMCI, Tesla down. Meta's up 1.5%. Google, Amazon negative. Regionals are slightly green. Marijuana stocks are slightly green across the board. Oil's kind of teetering between positive to negative territory at the moment. Microsoft's still trying to bounce a bit here. Cons are now up to $1.50, so we're up about 21 cents or so. Still looking for a little bit more in the Qs. Still holding Apple on the long side. Low key rooting for a bearish turn, so I can buy some Microsoft at 350. One can dream. Yeah, 350 would be a good level on MSFT. That would be a nice area of opportunity for sure. So Qs are trying to move up. We're almost at that 425 strike zone, guys, and I still think that we could trend much, much higher because markets are still extremely oversold. Again, this is really the first decent pullback we've had as the markets have sold off from all-time highs. So it's really the first meaningful pullback that we've had. Dixie's still ripping though, so that's the concerning aspect, is the dollar is still trying to rally here pretty sharply. Cons are now up to $1.60, so we're up about 30 cents, guys. We're up about 30 cents a contract. And we're still seeing the Qs trying to push. Qs are still just hovering in this range. We're still long Apple, still holding MSTR 1240 call. This one, again, could be triggering an inverted head and shoulders as Bitcoin is trying to firm up. There goes our QQQ calls, guys. Those 425s are about to get in the money. There they are, in the money. So we're up nicely on these contracts. Again, I picked them up at $1.30, so we're up 48 cents and squeezing hard here. Look at this, guys. I just sold half at $1.87. I'm going to move stop to break even. Beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's a good squeeze. Still holding MSTR, still holding Apple common shares. Took half off of that pop, but I'm still riding now more. I'm still riding the half of the cons on the QQQ calls, and MSTR is starting to catch a nice bid here. MSTR is really catching a sizable bid. Let's see if we can finally get a little bit of a breakout in the crypto space again. If you break out of this little inverted head and shoulders on MicroStrategy, you're looking for a target of about 1338. This one could definitely squeeze there. So first trade in the books is a nice winner on the Qs, still holding the remaining cons with a break-even stop loss. So $1.30 stop loss on the contracts. Okay, it's a mental stop. Apple common shares were still slightly green, but looking for a bigger move higher. And MSTR, we're still looking for a bigger move higher. QQQ making another little attempt. NACAS, a fool's play. With inventories today, no tangible reasons for a positive move. Inventories continue to grow. Freeport at 5% contract. Thanks. Urgit, with IW and QQ both taking out yesterday's lows and SPY having an open gap down to 499.97, don't you feel it makes more sense to fill that before we get a real bounce? No. You know, what we've been seeing is the gap ups are being faded, and gap ups are typically seen as reversals. So since today, the market structure changed a little bit. Today, obviously, we opened up and the market sold off immediately. Versus the past couple consecutive days with market price action, we've gapped up, held a little bit, and then started selling. So definitely not as much of a, obviously there was no gap up today, and markets are trying to make a little bit of a reversal. Still slightly negative on the session, but again, we're much, much more oversold today. So QQQ can get a bounce. Now the Russell, a little bit more sensitive because interest rates are still firm today. The 10-year's up 0.7. So that one might be a little bit more sensitive to the rate market structure. Look at this QQQ, guys. They are ripping it. MSTR is going to try to take an attempt at a breakout. We're now up nicely on MSTR. That's still pushing, guys. That's still pushing. QQQ 425s are all the way up to $2.05. We've almost doubled those contracts, guys. We have almost doubled those contracts on the Qs. What a trade. Look at this. Look at this. Beautiful. Those contracts are now at 218 and squeezing. 218 and squeezing. Beautiful. Yep, Nvidia's pumping. So that's why we went calls, longs today again. Taking another stab at it. Apple's struggling though. So, I mean, Apple was looking stronger out the gate. So if Apple can now firm up off of these levels, it's going to also push the Qs higher. Again, still extreme sell side pressure in Apple at the moment. Very, very quite extreme sell side pressure. Qs are seeing a little bit of profit taking at that previous gap zone. That's a big, big gap zone on the Qs. Alright, Apple's trying to catch a bid now. Nvidia's softening a touch. So it's good to see those calls are deep in the money at the moment. QQQ still trying to hold steady here, but struggling just a touch. Qs are still trying to stabilize here. Apple's still trying to find some buyers, but still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Nvidia right now just holding sideways. Google, Meta is still strong, so communication stocks are seeing a nice bid today. You have the majority of sectors green today on the session. A couple negative lagging sectors: consumer discretionary, healthcare, utilities, and technology. So they are lagging at the moment. Oil right now still trying to hold on to some positive gains at the moment. Nat gas still up about 1% on the session. Qs are still trying to come back from the negative territory. SPY green, Russell green, but still seeing immense pressure in the Qs. Bitcoin right now is trading at 62,378. We're still seeing the semiconductors negative across the board, so still more sell side pressure in semis, which is not helpful for the Qs. Boeing's green, Adobe slightly green. Snapchat seeing another continuation move up 5.6%. CGC trying to break the 30-minute 20 MA last week. Yeah, I mean, it was interesting to see MSOS yesterday get a nice squeeze as the market was weak. Right now, so it's definitely some green today in the market. It's just a matter of honing in and trying to catch those green trades. Obviously, it's still selling across some mega cap tech names that are under pressure. Yields are actually trying to push up a little bit more. So is the Dixie. The Dixie's actually trying to press a little bit further at the moment. So if this turns out to be a little inverse head and shoulders on the Qs, we're looking at an upside target of 429. 429 on the Qs. Cons are sitting at 42 cents right now. I'm going to buy about 10 contracts, guys, sizing it for loss. 429 call on the Qs. I'm going to look for 10 contracts, just sizing that for loss. Small position, but I'm going to go 429 calls on the Qs. High risk trade because the Dixie is still strong, but I'm going to go 429 calls. Got filled at 40 cents a contract. And that's kind of the lotto play of the day. Still holding Apple long, still holding MSTR calls, 1240 call, still holding half of that other 423 call, which is up. Alright, so again, we're still holding 425 calls, which are nicely in the money on the Qs, and then we took a little bit of a lotto play, 429 call on the Qs. Filled at 40 cents a contract. Apple still long. MSTR 1240 call, still showing some positivity. What do you think about Microsoft? News in 5, the existing home sales. Thank you, thank you. Just 1 second, guys. So a pretty big breakdown there in Apple. Microsoft right now just going through its distribution phase. I wouldn't touch it yet. You know, you'll get some oversold bounces, probably are at the psychological 400 number. But I'm personally just still staying away from Microsoft on the long side. I don't like it quite yet. Apple's still struggling here. So QQQ still trying to see some more sell side pressure at the moment. MSTR trying to firm up. Apple still struggling here, coming in even more. Microsoft still down 0.84%, underperforming the Qs. So you have some underperformance in Microsoft, SMCI, Tesla, still getting clobbered. MSTR trying to catch a nice little clean break. Let's see, this one could print hard for us, especially since crypto stocks are seeing a little bit of a bid today. MSTR could print absolutely very hard at the moment, as Bitcoin's trying to press higher now at 62.6. There goes MSTR. Qs again trying to firm up. So we're in the driver's seat with our 425s because they are in the money. Look at MSTR go, guys. Again, we're riding 1240 call, expiring tomorrow. I got filled at 23.40 a contract. And right now the spread has moved up between 25.50 to 32. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Come on, MSTR. Get these 1240s in the money. Again, I still have an upside target if we break this area of around 1338. Remember, we're also long holding that day trade. Members, we're long holding a swing trade. So nice positive price action in MSTR. It seems that Bitcoin has had a nice sell-off. Same thing with the total crypto market cap. QQQ still struggling though. Apple's trying to firm up, still seeing some sell side pressure in Google, Microsoft. Tesla's trying to find a little bit of a bottom here. but Amazon's now coming in. Yep. Thoughts on Netflix earnings tonight? It's a good question. Well, let's just ask me that question in another hour or so, Urgit. Let's just focus on the day trade. But I do have some thoughts. Let's just focus on these day trades, and then we'll discuss some of the earnings. Again, we're still looking at some of the market movers. Genuine Part, Globe Life, Las Vegas Sands under pressure. Tesla again getting rocked. Moderna and Face on that negative list. Qs are still seeing some sell side pressure at the moment. Philly Fed Index came in at 15.5. Estimates were at 1.5. Previous 3.2. So that's right now. I'm not really seeing any much movement. I mean, you have seen a small spike in the yields. So that's obviously not that helpful for the overall market at this point. Let's see the reaction though. Again, the Dixie didn't really move that much. Still sitting in the money on our 425 calls. We're up about 30 cents a con after selling at around $1.87. They did hit a high of around 220, 217. Still holding Apple slightly down on those common shares. Still holding an MSTR 1240 call, which does look likely to break out just based off of what Bitcoin is doing. All right, Apple's still seeing more sell side. MSTR, some slight rejection. Apple's coming lower again. My next ad level in Apple is down at 167.13. Interesting to see Apple falling, but the Qs are still trying to hold steady. Typically doesn't last that long. Apple seeing more and more sell side pressure at the moment. Lulu seeing a nice continuation, up about 1%. Humana seeing a nice continuation today. Nat Gas is trying to firm up here. Again, we do have the inventories. Actually, is that tomorrow, the inventory? Yeah, it's Thursday today, so inventories will be at 10:30. Oil right now down at $82 a barrel. Markets are coming in a little bit sharper now. A little bit sharper. Qs are falling even more now. So a little bit of a bounce that just got absolutely sold into. Again, Apple's still selling quite hard here at the moment. Apple's still selling very, very hard at the moment. Qs are still just struggling in this range. Meta's still strong. Google's still strong. Microsoft, Apple lagging. Nvidia's kind of holding steady at the low here. It has turned back to the positive after briefly dipping negative. Amazon's still lagging. Tesla obviously lagging as well. Qs are trying to firm up now. Bigger bounce in the Qs, guys. Really big bounce in the Qs. Look at the bounce in the Qs, guys. Look at the bounce in the Qs. Apple's still trying to firm up, but still struggling at the moment. Dixie's now softening, guys. The Dixie is softening. Yields are coming in a bit. Lululemon's still ripping. That one's pushing up to its gap fill. You have MSTR now looking very, very positive, guys. So again, we're still riding those MSTR 1240 calls. And those are starting to print heavily here. Still in the 425 calls and 429 lotto plays, as well as Apple long. We really haven't seen Apple firm up here, as well as Microsoft. So if those two names can actually start to catch a bid, the Qs could start to form a little bit of a bottom here. Right now, still just struggling. But it does seem like there's accumulation. You have a nice positive divergence on the QQQ 10-minute chart. A really nice positive divergence. Again, a lot of green starting to show up on the screen, guys. Risk assets are starting to catch a little bit of a bid, which means that once Microsoft's and Apple's selling abates, then the Qs probably could have a little bit of a blow-off move here in the near term. I'm expecting a pretty fairly sizable bounce. Just look at MSCR go, guys. That's a nice call play. Again, we were at 23.40 a con. These 1240s look like they're going to get in the money very quickly here, guys. Very quickly. These 1240s could get in the money. That's the way it's shaping up and looking like. Right now, the Russell's leading the charge up 0.4, S&P's up 0.12, Qs are still negative. So it just shows you if things start to firm up here, we're going to probably rip. Look at the Qs. Look at MSTR go, guys. Cons are printing. This is what I'm talking about. 1240 calls are almost in the money, guys. And look, members, we're printing on our MSTR long. We're printing on this call option trade. Even the QQQ is now printing again. So cons are now up to over $2 a contract on the Qs, guys, and we're about to trigger this inverse head and shoulders on the Qs. Apple really hasn't even gotten going yet. Neither has Microsoft. Trying to firm up now, but Bitcoin's having a massive break. This is what I'm talking about. This is a good day for us, guys. This is a great day for us. Beautiful, beautiful. I'm still in 425s. I'm in 429 lottos on the Qs as well. We're up about 8 cents on the lotto play. Apple's now firming. MicroStrategy's printing for us. It's almost a double at around 260 a contract. That'll be a 100% trade on the 425 calls. which we took really down here. So nice move. Now we need Apple just to start firming up in price action, and then we'll be laughing here. Tesla's now catching a bid. So everything's starting to catch a bid. CGC starting to fly here, yeah. So marijuana stocks, everything's looking like it's trying to catch a bid at the moment. But a nice move. This one's probably going to squeeze. Probably back up to this 838 zone, guys. It does look likely. So, you know what? It's had a big move, but I think the Qs are still going to press a little bit higher here. So I'm actually going to look to enter a, let's see, MSOS again. Yeah, that one is still down on the session, so lagging a little bit. So let's just run through some of these names. Let's look at ACB as well. That one's trying to show some strength and move up. Yeah, I guess really CGC is the outperformer today. CGC is the outperformer today. Apple still selling. Yeah, that's a nice pattern on CGC. I mean, you'll have some resistance here. Whoops. At this pivot zone. 729, which gives us still a potential move higher of what, roughly. I'm looking at a long entry here on CGC, guys. I am. Because we did break out. Nice little inverted head and shoulders pattern. Alright, guys, I'm picking up some CGC shares here. 682 I got filled at. 682. That's a 1/4 entry. Again, it's a risky trade. But I'm long CGC 682. 6.82. Long CGC. This is a 1/4 entry. Again, this is a much riskier trade, so my position size is much smaller. I will add to the position, basically down here at 667. I'll add to the position. MSTR 1240 calls are in the fucking money. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Cons are already doubling here for us, guys. Woo. That's beautiful. All right, guys, I just sold my 1240 cons. They went in the money. I got filled at 47.40. 47.40. I sold my MSTR cons. 47.40. Rode them up from 23.40 all the way up to 47.40. Beautiful gain. Beautiful gain. Damn. That's crazy. Almost 100% on that trade, and it's still squeezing. Look at CGC. We entered, and now it's squeezing even more, guys. Whoa, look at that. Up already 2.67%, guys. Whoa, let's go. Come on, baby. This is what I'm talking about. Catching some winners, making up for yesterday, making up from yesterday. Look at MSTR, rocket ship. Anyone still in those 1240s, you're printing. We're in CGC, we're still in Apple, we're still holding QQQ calls, which are deep in the money. Wow, wow. Look at that. Our 429s are at 47 cents a con. We picked them up at 40 cents a con. Our 425s are still trading at over $2 a con. We're sitting at $1.30. CGC, we're ripping here, guys. We are ripping. Look at this. Again, I have an upside target of about 729, this red zone, but look at that move on CGC, guys. We are pumping here. We are pumping to the high side. Again, just based off of this little inverse head and shoulders triggering, CGC upside target is roughly around this 730 zone. Look at this move, guys. We are printing here. I'm just going to flip a couple charts around. I'm going to put Apple here, AAPL, since we're still holding a long on that. And I'm going to put CGC on this window here. Apple's still struggling, so we really haven't seen Apple firm up at all. Apple's still struggling in this range. So, I mean, this is the scenario right now. If Apple can firm up, that's when this market's going to soar. Look at CGC go, guys. Look at it go, guys. Alright, guys, I'm exiting CGC here. I just sold at 707. 707. I am out of the day trade. I am out of the day trade. Rode that from 682 to 707. That's another 3.5% win on CGC. Congrats if you took that with us. Everyone, you should probably just give Chris a thank you for putting that on the radar. Nice job, Michael. You're out. What a job. Paul, Chris, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's Common Sense is saying AAOI, showing some strength. Let's look at AAOI. Yeah, that one is up 2.17% today. Definitely oversold. Obviously, it's trying to put in a little bit of a bullish pattern. Breakout here. Sorry, I'll just remove that. Yeah, this one probably will get some continuation move higher. It's just whether or not the Qs are going to hold steady in this range. But that was a trade and a half. Banked on CGC, banked on the Qs, banked on MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy, whew, that was insane. What a run there. What a run on MSTR, guys. That was nuts. And it has triggered an inverse head and shoulders. So Bitcoin's pumping, Google's pumping, Apple's now trying to firm up, Tesla's catching a small minor bid. So we're seeing some strength coming back into the market at this point in time. We're seeing a bit of strength coming back in. Qs are still trying Apple. If Apple can get going now, that's when we should start to see things absolutely fly. Look at CGC, a small pullback. Can we buy this one again? Yep, we probably could, but I want to wait for a potential another little pullback to occur. Again, the upside off of this inverse head and shoulders intraday move really takes us to about this 735 zone. So I'm just going to mark that on the chart. CGC has a tendency to just squeeze even past these levels beyond belief. If we can get a retest back to 682, I'm a buyer again on CGC. MSTR is still ripping. So you're seeing a lot of strength coming back into this market at this point, guys. A lot of strength. QQQ cons are now at 217 a con. Apple's starting to participate. Let's go. Here we go. Here we fucking go. Let's go. 224 con. We've almost doubled those 425s. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. We do have nat gas inventories. Except Bitcoin, Chris is saying, look at these contracts on the Qs, guys. Look at those contracts on the Qs. Let's flip back to MSTR. MSTR still squeezing way above that 1240 strike. We just need Apple to firm up. Again, I'm still riding the 429 calls, the lotto calls. I'm still riding the half of the 425 calls, which are deep in the money, looking for 100% or more. I mean, if we push to 429, those 425 calls are just going to be probably up, I don't even know, 300 maybe percent or more. Come on, Qs. Let's see if we can get Apple to push. Google's ripping. Bitcoin's ripping, guys. Again, anyone, please give this video a like down below. We're trying to make up for yesterday. And so far, we've provided some bangers here. Already entered some bangers. QQQ 425s are still up sharply. Lululemon's still ripping here. Massive move on Lulu. Humana still showing strength. MSTR still showing strength. A lot more green starting to appear, and the Qs just flipped to the positive side. Yields have softened. Meta's up 2.5%. So things are certainly shaping up here to be potentially a trend day to the upside, guys. This could easily be a trend day to the upside. Bart saying, TC, I don't know what you are talking, but I want it. Oh, taking. Sorry, I read that wrong. Honestly, just my optimized coffees with my bulletproof coffees, protein powders in there, collagen, MCT oil. That shit fires me up. Some days are just better, right? It's always easier to have momentum when you're making money. Yesterday was a little bit of a... Caught some nice trades in the open, but those calls just obliterated my ass, and I had to go take a walk. But that's the sign, right? You win. You win sometimes, you lose sometimes. That's just the name of the game. And that's what Chris was saying. It's all about size for loss, right? In those calls and options, you never want to put your full port in. Sure, you could hit a grand slam one day, but you miss one trade and that's it. Blow up your account, right? All right, Apple's now trying to push, so this should help the Qs, right? This should help the Qs moving forward. Let's just see. I'm still holding all my call options at the moment. We did take profits, half of profits on the QQQ 425s, but we're deep in the money, so we're in the driver's seat. We're in the driver's seat now. MSTR taking a bit of a breather here. Markets are taking a little bit of a consolidation. This is actually super healthy, consolidating right over that previous gap fill. This blue line on the Qs is your, sorry, I'll just actually flip back to the MSTR chart. But this blue line on the Qs is actually your daily chart gap fill. So that's a big area. This is a nice level to consolidate on. The fact that we're putting in a bull flag right off of that support is a nice sign. Apple's still trying to move up here. So you're still seeing some strength coming back in. Nice continuation move on Apple. Again, if Apple can start trending to the upside, it's going to lift the Qs here. We should see more buying pressure in the Qs. Look at MSTR. Go, guys. Yes. Look at that. That was the trade that we entered yesterday, a day trade, a long trade with members. All right, guys, from yesterday's day trade on MSTR that I swung overnight, remember we sold half earlier yesterday. We're still riding it from this 1161 level. I just sold all of it. The day trade position, I am out. Members, I'm still holding my swing. Okay? So I'm all out for a lovely 8.22% profit on the day trade side, but I'm still holding my swing trade. Okay? Look at that move on MSTR. Wow. What a stellar move. Again, with members, we're already up 10% on that swing trade. Beautiful little trade. Qs are now trying to break up even higher. Just want to see something here. So Bitcoin's just flying now at 63.7. Look at MSTR go, guys. Anyone still holding those 1240 contracts? I mean, you've doubled them. That's doubled. We entered at 2340 on those 1240s. They're now sitting between 57 to 63. What a range. What a range. Tesla coming back down at the moment. Apple still seeing a little bit of weakness. QQQ still trying to hold that gap. I'm seeing Nvidia coming in a touch. Same thing with Google, Tesla. Apple still trying to firm up here. Bit of a potential 10-minute bear flag on Microsoft. Dixie's trying to make another press higher here. Nat gas inventories in about 6 minutes or so, guys. 6 minutes or so. Look at MSTR goes. What a ripper. Let's look at Bitcoin. Actually just going to move to the 10-minute chart of MSTR. And you look at that breakout on MSTR, classic inverted head and shoulders breakout. Again, the upside target gives us a move to about 1335 or so. QQQ trying to make another little run here. if we hit that target today of around 1330 members, I will look to exit my MSTR. You're coming up into this resistance pivot now. This will be an area where there could be some sellers, but the Qs are trying to firm up. Apple, we're now flat. Here we go. Here we go, guys. We are ripping here. It looks like we're probably going to start ripping very shortly here in the Qs again. A nice little 1 minute bull flag. I'm seeing a lot of risk assets starting to outperform across the board. So that's good to see. Come on, Apple. Push, push, push. Again, anyone that hasn't checked out my membership trading service, tradingcapital.ca, is where I run a swing trading and day trading service. Post daily analysis videos for my members. Get access to all my positions, entries, exits. The newest trade that we took yesterday was a long on MSTR. We sent the buy signal to members around this 1148.50, almost picked the low, and now we are firming up quite nicely. Tesla bounce incoming, JP Morgan short, so you're looking to fade JP Morgan, and yeah, Tesla is bouncing. Tesla is bouncing, that's for sure. JP Morgan, tough one to short. It's up, still 1.15% off that hard sell side pressure. So, I mean, this name is still extreme oversold condition. And you could easily see a bounce, back up to this red bar high. That's where the next sell range is going to be. Right back at the top of this red bar high is where I'd be more inclined to potentially short it. You have some resistance here at this reversal pivot, but the market looks too strong right now. It looks like we're going to keep pressing, and you just don't want to get caught in an environment where we've been oversold for the last look at the Qs go, guys. Holy, these contracts are now printing. Absolutely amazing. We've almost doubled those 425 calls. They have almost doubled. MSTR is ripping still. Monster move across the board. This could be a trend day to the upside. QQQ is still only up 0.02%. A little bit of sell side pressure off of that breakout. Let's look at Tesla now. Yep, Tesla's trying to firm up and recapture 150. Apple still trying to see a little bit of a bottom here. Dixie's trying to push back up. Still have Tesla down 2.88. Semiconductors are still negative, down by about 0.96% in the SOX ETF. Lulu's up 7. CGC is still up 7.2. Aurora's up 4.49. Oil slightly negative. Vale's up 0.7. Roku's up half. Baba's seeing a small bid here. Boeing slightly green. Nat Gas is up 1.2%, and we're actually heading into inventories right now for Nat Gas. So let's see the reaction. So consensus is for a 54 billion drawdown in Nat Gas. Qs are still just hovering in this range. All right, a nice little spike coming into Nat Gas. The drawdown was 50 billion. Consensus was 54. As of now, mixed price action, still holding some positive price action. Let's see the hourly chart of nat gas. It has been trying to form a bullish pattern here. Bit of another inverted head and shoulders potential. Trying to break out here on nat gas. Let's see if they want to give us this inventory break. You know, you have your neckline there, and that does suggest quite a bit of upside if nat gas can break this little basing formation. You have about a 6% move that could occur. You know, high of around 206. That could easily happen today if this reaction is okay. As of now, we are trying to push a little bit higher. Look for AR, EQT, LNG, CPK stocks to continue showing strength. Guys, we're absolutely ripping here. We are absolutely ripping in the Qs. They're trying to break this bull flag. Nat gas still trying to hold steady and potentially break out. QQQ taking a little bit of a breather at the moment. Apple, we're still trying to see Apple. If we hit on MSTR, I'll get Holt. You'll get all of your LAC losses back. Nice, nice. That's good. Again, I already took a banger of a trade on MSTR. Close to about 80% win on those contracts. Still riding common shares long. Watching it closely here, MSTR. It's into some near-term resistance, but I still think that with a little bit of consolidation, we could likely move higher. Nat gas seeing a bit more sell-side pressure at the moment. It's hovering in this range. Again, inventory was a consensus of 54 billion, came in at 50 billion. We do have FOMC member Bostic speaking at 11. And then a 4-week, 8-week, and 5-year bond auction at around 11:30 and 1 o'clock. And then really there's nothing else that could interrupt the day moving forward other than some geopolitical event. Majority of sectors are green, guys, and looking to continue to press a bit. $4.25 calls are up to $2.28 a contract. Again, we're sitting at $1.30, so we're well in the driver's seat. We're well in the driver's seat, and it's looking like the Qs are consolidating to potentially move higher. Nat gas here kind of struggling a little bit in this range. Still seeing some sellers. Qs are trying to press. Apple seeing a bit of selling. MSTR coming in a touch. Qs are still looking constructive, like they want to move higher. Bigger bounce now coming back into nat gas. Guys, if nat gas breaks this little inverse head and shoulders, we're going to look at EQT on the long side. EQT on the long side if nat gas breaks. Short coffee. Just reading that now. So it seems like everyone's banked today. There's been every rhyme or reason. We've taken every single trade has been a winner. Look at these QQQ calls, guys. They just doubled. At $2.46 a contract. Sorry, we're almost doubled. My apologies. We're about 14 cents away from doubling. That'll be a 100% trade winner. Again, the lotto plays that I took at 40 cents a con are sitting at 55 cents, 56 cents a contract. Now look at nat gas go. All right, things are starting to shape up and work out quite well here, guys. Things are shaping up and working out quite well. Still seeing nat gas trying to break this range. Qs are only up 0.15%, so still a very small move that has occurred in the market. Oh my goodness, guys. These contracts are printing. Apple now are green. So we are absolutely flying here to the high side. Nice breakout. Look at this, guys. Contracts have officially doubled up to 260 from $1.30 on the 425 calls to 260. So now we are starting to basically we've recaptured all those losses from yesterday based off of the banger of a trade on MSTR, based off of this banger of a trade on the Qs. Wow. All right, guys, I just exited my 425 calls at 260 a contract for 100% gain. A 100% gain on those 425 calls. I am all out of that, and now I'm still riding those 429 calls on the Qs, the lotto plays, which are almost a double as well. I got filled at 40 cents way back when. So this is beautiful. Look at this go, guys. Look at this go, guys. Everything is ripping across the board here. Everything is ripping. Wow. Look at this go. Qs are ripping, guys. Alright, guys, I'm all out of my 429 calls, sold at 71 cents a contract. Sold at 71 cents a contract. I am all out. That is a banger of a trade. Beautiful trade. All out of my QQQ calls. Still holding Apple common shares long. Still holding MSTR common shares long. Let's see if Nat Gas wants to break. What a trade. Bitcoin's still flying here. Members, I just took profits on my MicroStrategy swing trade, banked in one day, 11.11%. Sold my MicroStrategy at 1276.52. Beautiful trade. Beautiful, beautiful trade. Still believe Nat Gas heading lower? We'll see, right? It could be, but you are shaping up for an hourly chart breakout, a nice bull flag, potential inverse head and shoulders. You know, this could be powerful on Nat Gas. You could see some real power price action if Nat Gas can break this range. Remember, you had this little bit of a wick spike breakout, and now you've had a big sell-off back low, held the low breakout candle, and now you're trying to move up. So obviously anything can happen, but definitely showing some signs of positive strength here. Now, I think we can re-enter QQQ calls if we backtest this EMA 113. That's what I'm looking for. I want to see a retest back of this EMA 113. And then I'd potentially look, I mean, our high pivot here is 427. So if we backtest this EMA 113, I'm going to look for 427 calls on the Qs. That's what I'll look for. Nat Gas still trying to attempt another move higher here. Just struggling in the near term, but trying to firm up. Oil's starting to come down again, which is actually another positive for the market. If oil can fall again, that's definitely more positivity for the market. You know, it had a big bounce. It hit a low today of around that 80, just above 81 a barrel, and now it's starting to fall a little bit again. So that could be the extra fuel to the fire. no pun intended, on for the market if we see oil start to fall again. And it is coming down a touch, just a touch. But a stellar move in many of these names. Still have a long on Apple, just common shares long, guys. Ten-year yield still at 0.96%, which is why, there's still some negative price action in the market. It's not all sunshine and rainbows just quite yet. Still some negative price action shaping up. But it's been a nice session for us already. CGC testing high of day. Let's see if we can look for a continuation move in CGC. I'll keep nat gas on my other screen and update you if anything crazy happens. As of now, it is looking like nat gas wants to push. Yeah, CGC still has room to run and consolidating quite nicely here. I didn't see that back test. That would have been the entry. If we can get another back test in this range, the 688, 687 range, that's going to be the area to potentially pick up. So right on that EMA, 10-minute chart. I don't want to chase the Qs just quite yet, but again, if we get a decent sized pullback, I think some of these names will give us another long signal. Again, members, today we took a 11.1% profit on the MicroStrategy swing trade. Sorry, I just had a brain fart there. Coffee must be wearing off. And we took a monster trade just above 80% on the QQQ 425. We doubled the 425 calls. We took about just under 80% on the 429 calls. We took just under 80% on MSTR 1240 calls. So it's been a banger. We took 3.2% on the CGC long, which is still showing some signs of strength. So, I mean, it's been a pretty decent session here. Really good session today, which kind of making up for yesterday's, dog of a session. Still seeing Lululemon trying to firm up across the board and push higher. Netflix at the moment is also seeing some positive price action, currently up on the session 0.75%, so showing some real strength here in the near term. So market going through a little bit of consolidation at the moment. Nat gas is falling some more, so is oil. So nat gas really isn't showing its breakout. Look at CGC go, guys. Anyone still in that? I mean, if you get through this upside target of 738, really your next resistance lies in this range from 786 to about 834. Wow, look at Canopy Growth go, guys. It is just absolutely ripping. Yep, Tesla's trying to push. Michael saying short gold, potentially, Let's take a look at the gold chart. Yeah, you could fire a short off in gold. The only thing about this is that, with rates still being this elevated, gold's had a phenomenal run, no question. Is it extended? Absolutely. Are you putting in a bearish divergence? Absolutely. But, with yields this high, we could run into a scenario where banking stocks could come under pressure again, specifically the regionals. Is there a little bit of a day trade short here? Probably. Probably is. But the only thing scares me if you get some sort of a banking debacle, gold can easily pop, 20 bucks, 30 bucks, 40 bucks on the session just based off of fear alone. But let's see if we can get a GLD short. It's not a bad looking potential shorting opportunity. A potential head and shoulders on this 10-minute chart is forming. Qs are still trying to press. Apple, we're still showing some strength. Paul's saying his target is 765 on CGC. It's a good target. Apple's still trying to press a bit here. Nat gas still holding above 194 at the moment, but it did take a bit of a kicking there in the last little bit. QQQ did make a new high, so we're continuing to put in higher highs now on the Qs. So that's a little bit of a bullish trend formation. Higher highs on the Qs is structurally a good thing that you want to see. Right now, the only sectors that are red are utilities and XLK. Let's look back at Taiwan Semi. That one's had a nice firm push. I think Taiwan Semi's in a range here where we can short it. As long as we stay underneath this red bar reversal, as of now, you're trying to push up above it. I mean, the bigger short level is really at this previous pivot zone. So look out for Taiwan. I am interested in a potential short here. It is underperforming everything across the board. Backtesting that EMA. I'm going to short Taiwan Semi here, guys. Just common shares. I just got filled at 134.02. 134.02. Short common shares on Taiwan Semi. TSM is the ticker. 134.02. So we have a bit of a pairs trade, long Apple still, short Taiwan Semi. In terms of where I'm going to stop out of this trade, guys, it is a hard stop on the trade. Hard stop on the trade, 134.40. That is my hard stop on the trade. And I'm not interested in adding. I'm just going to keep this position small in case we keep trending on the Qs. So 134.40 hard stop on Taiwan Semi. Apple coming in a touch now. BITI slammed back down. Yep. That's why we exited. We exited our BITI yesterday. Taiwan Semi still trying to press a little bit. Apple trying to get another bid higher. CGC 750 is about to go in the money. Nice job there, Ajit. That's a good trade. Alright, guys, I just got stopped out of TSM. Small loss, tiny loss. But I got stopped out of TSM. Tiny loss on the common shares. Nothing crazy there. Still significantly up on the day. CGC still pushing, guys. This is up now, up 13.87%. I mean, this could be up 40-50% at the rate it's going. These trend days are pretty crazy. Let's look at some CGC calls. Just want to see something here. $10 calls on CGC right now are priced at $4.30, $4.30 on $10 calls. That could hit today. I'm looking at these $10 calls. I'm going to take one contract at $4.30 a con. CGC $10 call, expiry tomorrow. So I got filled at $4.30 a contract, $10 call, CGC expiring tomorrow. It's a bit of a lotto play. This could even hit today. Could easily hit today. The way that these stocks typically move. Still seeing CGC trying to push, Apple taking a breather, Qs are taking a breather. Mindfulness meditation. Is the head and shoulders on Apple on the daily still in play? Yes, it is. But I mean, it hasn't confirmed it, right? So if we actually just erase everything here on Apple, and we can show you this chart. Again, guys, I did take a CGC $10 call, one contract at $4.30 a con. Actually, what did I take there? I think my option contract's wrong. That's very strange. That's super strange. Why did it show that? Oh, okay, there, they just corrected it. Sorry, those contracts on CGC are at 2 cents a con. I don't know why it showed 4.30. That was weird. Anyways, I'm in a bit of a lotto. $10 call, CGC expiring tomorrow. High risk trade. Apple right now, Head and Shoulders hasn't officially confirmed the breakdown. So you can see we're trading below the neckline, but you haven't confirmed it. So as of now, it's still on watch. But considering the markets had an epic sell side pressure and Apple didn't confirm it, actually, on second thought, Apple has confirmed the breakdown. You got one daily close here, secondary confirmed candle here. So it is a confirmed breakdown right now. But you really haven't confirmed it on the weekly chart just yet. So you got daily confirmed candle, but you didn't get weekly. So yeah, as of now, the weekly chart pattern on Apple, there's a ton of support here. You can see the confluence of the weekly 100 and the weekly 113. A lot of support here on Apple. So daily chart has confirmed, but weekly chart pattern still is living to fight another day. And again, what I'm skeptical about this bearish breakdown is the fact that the Qs and the S&P had a terrific sell over the last couple days, and Apple still kind of held this vicinity. So I do think that there's a scenario where Apple could actually make another little bullish reversal to the upside. Nat gas trying to push up, oil curling back down. Still seeing some strength coming back into the Qs. Still a massive move in the Qs. Continuation. So again, guys, those $10 calls in CGC that I'm swinging over tomorrow were filled at 2 cents a contract. It's a super, super high risk trade. Again, they were filled at 2 cents a contract. Looking for a crazy lotto play. If that pumps up another 32% today, imagine what those calls would be at. That would be insane. They're super cheap. Don't have to make many. Even Tesla's now firming up across the board. That's good to see. Qs are still ripping. Apple, Microsoft curling to the upside. Google's pumping. Everything is pumping, guys. Everything is pumping. What a rip and rally. What a rip and rally here. Tesla, imagine Tesla goes green. What that would look like. What would that do to the Qs if Tesla went green? I don't know what it would do, but it would certainly look nice. QQQ taking a bit of a breather. So now you're in an environment where Apple's trying to firm up as the Qs are actually seeing some distribution. Apple just turning positive again. CGC still ripping. Guys, I'm just going to be right back. Just give me a second. Nice job on those CGC trades, guys. I'm still riding the lotto. $10 calls expiring tomorrow. Again, expecting to lose that trade, but it's 2 cents a contract, you know. I'm not putting a whole lot in there, but definitely a lotto play, that's for sure. But nice job on those trades, guys. CGC banked. Still holding Apple. Qs are still trying to push up. Again, you see the upside target is about 429.30-ish, give or take. Qs are coming down a touch now. Alright guys, so we're just still stuck in a little bit of a consolidation range on the markets. Again, my common share average on Apple's at 168.02, so we're slightly green. Qs are just taking a bit of a breather after that exceptional rally. CGC is taking a bit of a breather after that exceptional rally. CGC looks like it's still trying to press a little bit more. Nat Gas still trying to hold steady. There goes CGC again, trying to make another move higher at the moment, guys. CGC trying to make another move higher. Roku's making a nice move higher here. MSTR still just consolidating. Oil coming in a touch more. Still seeing CGC pressing a little bit. Bitcoin still pushing up quite sharply. Nice job there, Tom. Good job there, Tom. Tesla coming in a touch. Microsoft still holding steady, looking like it wants to press higher. Again, if the Qs get some sort of a trend bid, I mean, you could even see a move today all the way back up to 430. 430, 70, 430, 50, and around that range. If things go like they're shaping up, we could see a massive, massive monster move. It's now approaching 11:10 a.m. So if these so again, if these CGC calls somehow hit $10 today, you're looking at about a 3,400% gain. Tomorrow, if it hits, you're looking at about a 1,500% gain. So that would be crazy. I threw $100 in those lotto plays, $10 calls, which were starting to move up. They are starting to move up a bit. Short squeeze on potentially. That's what I'm looking at here. That's why I threw in a little bit of a lotto play, $10, or sorry, $100 on $10 calls. I picked up about again, I got filled at 2 cents a contract on those $10 CGC calls expiring tomorrow. Pure gamble. Please do not put your whole portfolio in. Do not put your whole portfolio in. Again, I only picked up 100 contracts, which is $200. $200. Expecting to lose that entire 200. And if it somehow gets to 10 today or tomorrow, then that was a good trade. Nat Gas is trying to push up again, retest the high of day. It's up about 1.98% at the moment, and still trying to squeeze a bit higher. QQQ is going for a new high of day. You know, Chris is worried about pot sector selling off since the majority of the pot stocks aren't rallying. I mean, you have strength in Aurora up 11, strength in Canopy up 20. Those two leaders are enough to bring up the whole sector itself. MSOS lagging a bit, same thing with MJ, but with the IWM strong, Qs are going for new high of day. Markets are seeing more of a risk appetite today, getting a clear, heavy bid in the markets. Oil not moving, oil's coming down. Yep, QQ pushing for higher day. Whiskey business. Anyone else screen blurry majority of the time? Let's see if I can up the bit rate again. Just give me a second. I'm running at 20,000 kbs. It's the same. It's the max strength on my side. Qs are still seeing a little bit of strength, trying to come back in. Yeah, Airbnb internet. Yeah, that could definitely be it. Seeing Roku flying here. Roku's getting a really big solid bid. Oil still lingering and lagging a touch. Nat Gas trying to make another little bit of a breakout attempt. Let's see if it's successful this go around. So here goes Nat Gas trying to make another little range break, guys. We are trying to see Nat Gas break out here yet again. So it's making another attempt. Again, if we break out, we have an upside target based off of this pattern around 206, which implies roughly about a 5-6% move from current levels. So let's see if we can gain some positive momentum in the space. Big resistance zone, but we are trying here. Gold up 1, silver up 0.8. Yields are still slightly green. SMCI is up 0.7. Tesla's still down 2.5. Med up 3.5%. It's pumping communication stocks. You know, you had strength in Google. Qs are still trying to push again for another high of day. Still have Apple just consolidating here. Apple's appearing to put in a little bit of a potential basing formation to break out here. You really need to see Apple kind of break out of this little downsloping trend line. And then that would take the Qs to its next level. Apple really hasn't participated, just kind of floundering. Microsoft's trying to go green. Yep, Urjit saying a nice recovery on SMCI. Absolutely. American Express going up into earnings. Let's take a look at AXP. Yeah, a nice continuation rally on American Express. This is a tough chart heading into earnings. You're not at support, you're not at resistance, so it could gap up, but it could easily gap down. So for me, it's a no touch. Based off of this strong trend, obviously you had a little bit of a pullback. Obviously investors are pricing in a good earnings report. The last one you had a terrible earnings report, a little bit of a miss on both sides of the earnings, and it still had a massive gap up. So perhaps we get a beat and it gaps down. Anything can go. Let's look at Netflix. I know someone was asking about Netflix earlier, heading into earnings today. So Netflix chart, very extended across the daily, the weekly. You know, it still hasn't taken out the all-time highs like Meta did, so there's still a potential that we get one more pop on Netflix. It's certainly something that could easily pop a little bit more. Obviously, Netflix resistance is your previous all-time high pivot, sitting at around 701 and change. If you get through that, then it's really into price discovery mode. And if we get through that type of resistance pivot, you know, your next resistance really lies all the way into the high 800s, which is pretty crazy to think about. Again, similar to AXP, bad earnings, still a massive gap up. Let's look back at the QQQ again. Nat gas still trying to press a little bit higher in the near term. Qs are still hovering at that 427.90 range. Nat gas, still no breakout in nat gas just quite yet. Apple's still trying to make a little bit of an attempt at a breakout, but it hasn't been able to cleanly break out yet. Qs are coming in a touch. Qs are up 0.46, SPY's up 0.64, Russell's up 1.25. 10-year yield starting to press a little bit higher. It's now at 0.92%. CGC testing $8. Let's look at CGC again. Yep, did briefly make a new high of day there. So we're into the next resistance zone. If we can chew through this volume, yikes, there's really not much resistance until you get to the daily chart gap fill. So if we look at this daily chart, we're obviously through the 7-day. And then this was fairly light volume sell-offs, these 3 hard candles down between April 11th, 12th, and 15th. Fairly light volume. So, this type of price action today could easily obliterate that and go for this gap fill. Obviously your high is sitting all the way back up here around 1154 and change. But again, these are the types of stocks, these marijuana stocks, these low market cap, momentum based speculation trades, midterm election hype that could squeeze quite phenomenally. Alright, it's approaching 11:30. We caught our bangers early in the morning. We did catch our bangers early in the morning. We are seeing equity markets under a little bit of pressure here, just a tiny touch of pressure. Big dump there on the Qs. So the buy level is this EMA 113 for potentially the next continuation move higher. If we throw in a fib retrace from your low to your high of the day today, you can see that if we pierce that EMA, your next support is your 382, which is sitting at 426.46, 426.47 on the Qs. I might be interested if we get one more little dip on the Qs to potentially explore some calls. Oil trying to make another move. Still the only sector red now is XLK. It's actually just trying to go flat, but bigger sell-off coming into Apple and the Qs now. Decent sized sell-off, guys. Again, so today made up for yesterday's crappy price action. We executed quite a few different winners. Yeah, that's exactly what chopped me up. Yesterday was a day where we got ripped, and I was expecting, with oil falling, with nat gas weakening, with yields weakening, dollar wasn't really that firm, VIX was negative. I was expecting a lot of those tailwinds to help the market, and obviously that didn't happen. So, you have days like that, which is why position management is key. But you're absolutely spot on. That's exactly what I was observing, and when I was reviewing yesterday, all those correlations were breaking. In one single session there, Whiskey Business, and that's kind of what hindered us from making money. I was trying to read the market, typically what works and what has strong correlations, 80, 85%. Those are kind of the odds that you want to take in any sort of trade. Those are the best odds if you're entering any sort of trade. And all those correlations, yeah, they broke. They broke pretty hard. So definitely one of the reasons why we weren't able to make money yesterday on the call side, and it was just a hard down sessions. I didn't think I expected us to fill that QQQ gap, which is sitting at around that 425, just above 425, but I didn't expect it to fill it so early. I thought we were going to have at least some sort of a bearish pattern on the Qs, a little bit of a 1 or 2 day intraday bear flag form and then a break, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And then when you look at that headwind tailwind analysis, the market had every reason to try to bounce yesterday with yields down, dollar weak, oil getting slaughtered, but it still managed to see a precipitous fall to the downside. All right, at the moment, Meta's just consolidating around 510. Microsoft's pushing up again. Apple's still struggling. Tesla's still struggling. Amazon, potential little bullish formation that it's occurring to put in. So Qs are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. I still think we have the ability to actually continue higher here in the trend. I still think we can move higher, but it's going to have Apple firm up. Apple's been lagging all day, only up. Apple's still actually negative, and so is Microsoft, and Tesla's obviously still down 3%. So Bitcoin taking a bit of a breather here in the near term, nothing crazy. Microsoft's trying to go for its gap fill. It's looking fairly likely. Apple's still struggling here, starting to peel away and see more downward pressure. Same thing with CGC. We are seeing a little bit more downward pressure in Canopy. Qs are starting to weaken a touch here. Yeah, it was a crazy day. But today's been a banger. MicroStrategy deep in the money calls, QQQ calls that went in the money. CGC banger, thanks to Chris and a couple others pointing that out. I didn't even have that on watch. I just saw it in the chat. Decided to look at the chart, took an entry, and bang, there you go. Apple long isn't really playing out too well right now. And even members, we took a nice trade on MSTR swing trade. In one day, we made just over 11%. So that's a nice home run. What are you looking at, Tom? Are you looking at calls on Netflix or? You're hoping for a vol crush. Tom's looking at 567 iron condor. Okay. Chris is saying absolutely no sector support for CGC. Volume is average. Move is suspect. Yeah, it could be, right? They could easily take it down. Strong move. You know, it's had a phenomenal run up 20% in a given day. Is a strong move, for sure. But I mean, what that tells me, if the volume is light, it means that not many people are selling. You're just having net buyers today. I think what the bulls need to see on CGC is a daily close back above the 7-day moving average, this yellow moving average, which currently sits at 756. So we're slightly above it right now. That's where the bulls need to close on Canopy, I think, to see continuation move higher. So 756, around that zone. So Apple right now struggling, seeing some more sell side pressure. Meta's curling down ever so slightly. Microsoft again trying to go for its gap. Qs are now tapping that EMA. So this is where technical support lies. But again, we've come down hard, sold off a little bit. I would still wait for this 382 level. So I'd look at 427 calls, 428 calls off this 382 level. That's what I'm looking at. So I'm watching to see how price action rejects off this next fib zone on the Qs. At the moment, we're obviously seeing a little bit of sell side. You have Apple still curling down at the moment. A little bit of buyers stepping in off that EMA. A little bit of buyers. Let's just go to a little bit of a longer term view of the Qs. 3-minute chart. So we could be putting in now another inverted head and shoulders, guys, on the Qs. Could be a little bit of a bigger one on the 3-minute chart. You're shaping up and you're now developing the right shoulder. The question is, how deep can this right shoulder go? You know, if we draw that neckline, you could be shaping up another potential little bullish pattern here. And if we were to trigger this one, that's an even bigger retrace on the Qs, which puts us back up to about 433, 432. And that's a retest of your last wide range red bar daily breakdown. So we'll watch it accordingly. Again, we could be forming a right shoulder on the QQQ, which would technically be bullish. Gotta watch it closely. Again, we're trying to defend that little EMA. They are trying to defend it. Microsoft Microsoft still trying to hold steady and looking to go green on the session. The Dixie's trying to pop a bit. Google coming in a touch. Same thing with Tesla. Oil trying to stabilize at 82 a barrel. AMD is up 1.6 now. NEO's catching a nice bid, up 3.32. Mara's up 6. Amazon's up half. Palantir's slightly negative on the session. Qs are trying to catch a little bit. I am seeing the dollar also trying to catch a bid. UVIX hourly bottoming candle. Still down 3.14%. Apple, Microsoft still negative on the session. No bottoming tail yet on the hourly chart of the UVXY. 20-minute bottoming tail, yes, and a 10-minute bottoming tail. So you did get a little bottoming tail on the 10-minute chart, but again, it doesn't mean it has to hold. You got one here, sold off. You got a little reversal here, still sold off. VIX is trying to hold that 7-day moving average. Back to CGC. You can see CGC running at a little bit of near-term momentum. NVIDIA pushing higher, trying to break out here of its range. So NVIDIA is catching a nice bid at the moment. So again, we'll see if this inverse head and shoulders. We've already triggered one. The upside move was just above 429, so we haven't fulfilled the target yet. And there's a potential second one developing. Again, still seeing strength coming into NVIDIA. Tesla's retesting, trying to go lower. Chris took a partial fill on MSOS, so he's long. Google, Meta curling down, NVIDIA pushing up. Apple trying to press a bit. Dixie's still holding above 106. I'm going to take a bit of a break around 12 o'clock, guys, and I'll come back for the afternoon session. Right now the Qs are just consolidating, holding the EMA 113, and again you're seeing Tesla curling down, Amazon curling down, Google curling down, but NVIDIA, Microsoft trying to press a bit higher. Bitcoin holding at 63.5. Oil is now under 82 a barrel. So that's some positive signs. Microsoft curling down now. Again, Dixie's still trying to hold its strength and press here. It is forming a little bit of an intraday bull flag on the dollar chart. Still no breakout in nat gas. Nvidia's still trying to press a bit higher here as the Qs are falling. So now this is where, we're in a consolidation range. We caught that big moves in our calls, and now you want to kind of be careful with 0 DTEs because we're going through a bit of a sideways range here. Although we're pressing down a bit, we are still seeing a bit of a sideways choppy range on the Qs. I'm still looking at 428 calls again, but I want to dip down a little bit lower. Looking at 428 calls off of this fib zone. You can see CGC is trying to make another move up, so is Apple. Again, Apple has been weak all day, but forming a bit of this basing formation. Potential inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute chart of Apple hasn't triggered yet, but if it does, that will take the Qs to their next level on the chart, because Apple and Microsoft have been kind of weighing in things at the moment. Micron new low of day, yep. 420 is in 2 days. That good observation there, Paul. Good observation. That's funny that you're seeing a run in these marijuana stocks right ahead of 420. That's an interesting observation. Maybe some increased buying, maybe some just pure speculation, maybe Snoop Dogg's having a big party. CGC still trying to press here as the Qs are coming a bit lower. Apple trying to curl back up. Google's had a nice dip. Amazon's dipping here. Nat gas dipping slightly. Yep, still no breakout yet on nat gas. Still just chopping in this range, consolidating. QQQ still trying to curl up here. Again, a potential right shoulder is being formed, even if you look at the 10-minute chart of the Qs. A little messy here right now, but potential for a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders formation. Your new neckline is basically this downsloping trend line. Obviously, if you break out, this will be your next range. So you can see your next resistance range really lies at 429.77-ish on the Qs. Apple again trying to firm up. Google catching a bid. Qs are getting hit again. Still haven't retested that 382 support yet. Still haven't retested that support. Tesla coming in more. Same thing with Apple. Amazon still curling down. Still a potential bull flag on Nvidia, Microsoft chart developing. Meta's still curling down a touch, seeing some profit taking. Dixie's softening. 10-year yields pushing back up to 1.13%. So we're still seeing yield market firming up here, which is actually not a good sign for equity markets. The yield market moving back up again is not a good sign for equity markets. And I mean, the yields haven't hit the highs that they did, so there's obviously still potentially some room to run in the market, a little bit higher, but 10-year yield moving up. Again, another day up 1%. It could impact the equity markets. Qs are defending that 2-minute EMA 113. Just 1 second, guys. Still seeing the Qs trying to press a little bit here. Apple trying to curl up again. I'm just scanning through some charts here, guys. I'm not really looking to enter any crazy trade unless something falls in my lap. I'm just updating member position logs, the trades that we've closed recently. So I'm just doing a bit of work here on the back end. Obviously, I'm still holding a long on Apple common shares. So we're still seeing that one trying to press a little bit higher. And again, if Apple breaks out of its inverse, that's what could take the Qs to the next leg higher today. Still seeing some sellers. Selling being observed in Microsoft now. That's coming down. So Microsoft couldn't go red, couldn't go green just yet. That's starting to come down a touch. Right now the QQQ is trying to hold hourly chart support, which is sitting at 426.61. 426.61 is your hourly 7 moving average, which you've now been consolidating above it for about an hour and a half. So 426, your hourly chart 7 moving average, is where buyers seem to be stepping in on the Qs. Amazon coming down a little bit harder. Same thing with Microsoft. CGC still just consolidating at the high of its range. Nat gas coming down a touch here. Qs are weakening a touch more, now coming up into this fib zone. Alright guys, this is hourly chart support we're tapping right now. Hourly chart support is being tapping right now. So this is where I'm interested in actually going along the Qs with some calls. I'm looking at 427 calls are sitting at about a buck. I'm going to take a 428 call, guys. Just got filled at 57 cents a contract. 428 call, 57 cents a contract. And again, it's fairly light. I'm just playing it cautious. Only 10 contracts for myself. They've zipped down a little bit cheaper than I have. So again, we are long 428 calls at 57 cents a contract. And I just have 10 calls. So I was waiting for this 382. I was also waiting for hourly chart support. But now I'm back in the long side again on the Qs. Let's see what we can get. Qs are coming right back down. Heavier sell side in Microsoft at the moment. Nat gas seeing a little bit more heavier pressure. Still seeing the Qs under pressure a little bit. I'll only double my contracts up to 20 contracts on 428s if we hit this next fib level. But other than that, I won't add any more. Bitcoin starting to roll over a little bit as the Dixie's still consolidating above 106. Nice bounce in the Qs, guys. So we're up on those contracts slightly by about 5 cents and climbing. Nat gas coming in a bit harder now. Nat gas hit that 10-minute chart, EMA 113, getting a little bit of a bounce. Still no breakout on Apple, still putting in lower highs on the session. Amazon, Microsoft curling down some more. Still seeing a bit of sell side pressure coming back into the market. A lot of broad-based selling. Yep, definitely. So QQQ right back down, testing support again. Microsoft, Apple are showing weakness. Amazon trying to bounce. Qs have now had 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 minutes of consecutive sell side pressure from this high pivot reversal. Last hour has been sell side pressure. Microsoft still selling. Again, I'm writing 428 call, 10 contracts at 57 cents. Very small position. Very small position. Sized for 0. Oil's trying to make another little move higher here. Trying to stabilize. Oil's hitting the weekly 7 moving average, so it's a big zone for oil at the moment. Alright, Qs are coming lower, guys. Still trying to hold this area where we entered. There's a 382 fib support. You're starting to pierce below the hourly chart moving average. Microsoft trying to find a little bit of buying support here. Tesla right back down to the lows. The Russell's had a nice pullback. 10-year yield still up 1%. Alright guys, I'm going to add to my Apple position down here. 167.63. 167.63 brings my average down a bit to 167.84. Okay. Qs are catching a nice little bid at the moment. Apple's still lingering here, coming down a bit more. There's a little bit of a buying pressure. So Qs, we're still riding those 428 calls. 0 DTE, still riding an Apple long. Right now you have every single sector green except for XLK, so clearly the Nasdaq has been lingering. So that means if Apple and Microsoft, where they're the laggers today, the two largest companies, if they can firm up, you know, this market could see some continuation moves higher here. Absolutely could. Nice little bounce trying to occur in the Qs, Apple as well. Alright, so we're seeing the QQQ still just seeing some bit of selling in this range. Apple's actually seeing more sellers, so that's coming down. Bruno Bear is asking about Tupperware, TUP. So Tupperware is obviously a dog shit company. They've been having some rough issues with their balance sheet and financials. Extremely oversold. I mean, definitely don't marry this trade. It's not a one that you put it for a long-term hold. But in terms of just a dead cat bounce potential, you're coming up into the psychological whole $1 number. They've been running into some issues with the New York Stock Exchange about having to report their earnings, how they report their earnings, but they were granted an extension, which near term should be a short-term positive. But as of now, I mean, I'm just looking for a dead cat bounce on this name, potential short squeeze, getting a nice weekly divergence. You even have a 3-month positive divergence on the 3-month chart. You know, on the monthly chart, you do have also another positive divergence occurring. Weekly chart, daily chart divergence. So I mean, right now I'm just looking for a dead cat bounce in this name. Qs are still trying to hold up here. One whole share. Alright, Qs are now moving up, guys. So those 428 calls are starting to see a little bit of strength. As the Qs tried firming up, they got rejected there. Apple, Microsoft still curling down. It looks like Apple's actually trying to have a little bit of a technical breakdown here. So we're still seeing pressure on the Qs. 10-year yield still holding at 4.63, up 1. Dixie still holding above 106. QQQ still trying to defend that hourly chart moving average. Microsoft and Apple still coming in. So it looks like Apple's trying to go for the low of day. Surprisingly enough, even with the selling in Apple, it hasn't really affected the Qs all that negatively yet. Again, if Apple breaches that low of day, probably will flush down to this range. Down here at 166.80-ish or so. What's interesting is nat gas has been faded here, but you're still seeing a bit in the resource stocks. Apple's trying to firm up. Tesla's trying to make a move higher here. Nvidia trying to press as well. Microsoft still weighing on things. Same thing with Apple. They're the two mega caps that are negative, along with Tesla, AVGO. Canopy Growth still holding the lion's share of its gains, up 19%. Roku up 1%. PanW catching a bit. Baba, Netflix, XOM green. Lilly slightly negative. Boeing's green today. Carvana up 4.8%. That's still seeing some considerable momentum. Apple again, potential little higher low here. Apple's really been weighing in on the Qs. It's underperforming along with Microsoft. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. So another big move up on Apple. It is trying to firm up across the board here. Let's see if it wants to lift the Qs at all. But you still have Microsoft looking heavy. Google is breaking out on volume. Take a look at this Google breakout. So it does appear the Qs are probably going to push up. But again, Microsoft really needs to get going here. But Google pressing higher here. Microsoft still seeing some sellers. So if you can get any sort of a little bit of a bottoming formation in Microsoft and Apple, again, I still think the Qs can rip, but at this point, we're still seeing heavy pressure in Microsoft. Still more selling in Microsoft. Now Tesla and Nvidia are all coming down. So there goes the breakdown in the Qs, guys. Again, I will add one more. I will double my position at this 425.90 zone to 20 con. There you go. I just got filled at 34 cents a contract, 34 cents a contract. So I'm now holding 20 QQQ 428 calls. My average is sitting at 44 cents a contract for the 438 calls. 44 cents a contract. Definitely a little bit of a potential shakeout and fake out there on the Qs. Definitely a pretty big fake out. I mean, it could also result in more downside, but it seems that Google's trying to break out here. Microsoft, potential little low pivot. Again, my average is sitting at 44 cents a contract. Google appears like it wants to continue pressing. There comes a potential reversal. We're now up to 49 cents a con on those 428s. Look at the stick in the Qs, guys. Contracts are now printing. We're up about 12 cents a con. So that was a good add. And remember, I did say that there was a scenario we could still dump off this level and that I would double my position at this next fib zone, and that's what we did. I won't add any more. That's pretty much the 0DT play. I won't add any more cons. I'm just writing 20 cons at 44 cents a contract on the Qs. 20 cons at 44 cents. Microsoft trying to firm up now. Qs are still just stuck in this range. Let's see the 10-minute chart of the Qs. Potential little hammer candle forming on the 10-minute chart. Qs are still slightly green on the session, but underperforming the S&P, underperforming the Russell. Semiconductors are still slightly weak on the back of Micron, on the back of AVGO, TSM, giving some poor guidance. Paul's saying if it ends up being a bull flag on CGC, he has some upside price targets. Yep, it's consolidating, right? It's just holding the majority of its gains. It's now up 21.4%. You know, it could be a bull flag. Absolutely it could be. And you could even see it break out today and take another leg higher. And it appears to be doing so. It's trying to chew through this volume. You're getting heavy volume off of this 10-minute candle. So CGC is trying to firm up here. Again, all sectors still green except for XLK. That is the sector lagging on the market right now. But CGC is starting to pump, guys. Look at that. Wow. 10-year yield still holding the lion's share of its gains. Qs are still coming down from Apple now. Apple's seeing more sell side. Quite a bit more sell side coming into Apple. Qs are still seeing some more sellers off of that heavy, sharp reversal to the upside. Dixie's trying to curl a little bit higher here. Now you have Nvidia curling down. Apple's going to test the low of day, it appears. Google seeing a little bit of selling. Meta, Amazon, everything in the Q complex is curling down in the near term. Down about 4 cents per contract at the moment. Apple's peeling. Qs are peeling. Bigger decline now. Dixie's pressing. 10-year yield also catching another bid. Look at Canopy Growth going to try to set a new high on heavy volume intraday. So CGC is trying to hit Qs are still seeing more downside. Look at CGC, guys. Here comes the breakout on CGC. Yep, decent reversal on nat gas. Absolutely. Trying to get back above 195 right now. But CGC is trying to go for a bit of a breakout here, guys. CGC is trying to break out. Nvidia's still curling down. Tesla, Apple still curling. Google trying to hold. Apple trying to hold low of day here. Again, we're down about 5 cents on those 428 calls. Qs are still selling a little bit harder now. Apple testing double bottom, trying to break a low of day on Apple. There's the low of day test. Not a good sign right now. Double bottom needs to hold, or else these Qs run the risk of seeing some more downward pressure. But Apple hitting double bottom. Let's see if there's any reaction off this pivot. We are breaking it, piercing it at the moment. We are piercing Apple's double bottom. Again, Apple still seeing more selling. Same thing with Microsoft. Volume is starting to increase. Qs are going a bit lower. Apple's selling pretty sharply now. And it's weighing in on the Qs quite ferociously. CGC, no breakout yet, and markets are definitely selling off here, with Apple breaking, Dixie curling, Microsoft going for new lows. Look at Apple in a hard sell side candle. Your next support on Apple's in and around this range here, 166.70-ish. Hard sell there. Big breakdown in the Qs there. Apple now finding a little bit of support here. This is where Apple should see some buyers. Look at that candle down on Apple. Microsoft selling as well. Qs are getting bludgeoned. Now hitting the 618 retrace zone of this move. Yep, UVIX is moving. Volatility is catching a decent bid here. Let's see if they want to reverse the Qs here now. A little bit of a bounce on Apple trying to occur. So as of now, Apple on the weekly chart is trying to confirm the Head and Shoulders breakdown. I repeat, on the weekly chart, Apple closing down in these areas is trying to confirm the Head and Shoulders. So let's see if they use that as a bit of a fake out, shakeout, or if it's an actual real technical breakdown. Still seeing more selling in Microsoft, Google, Tesla. Still struggling quite immensely. Oil's trying to move up. Dixie's catching another bid, same as the 10-year. Mindfulness meditation asking, what price would Apple go to if it confirms on the weekly? Let's take a look. I mean, this head and shoulders move right there. And I mean, this stock, there's going to be a lot of downside support targets. Obviously, it's still a household name. But really, when you look at things across the board, you can see there's a potential for about 136 based off of that measured move. Now, do we hit 136? Maybe. But obviously that's a long ways away, and there's going to be bounce levels ahead of time. But you can see that 136 target aligns with this upsloping trend line at the moment. Obviously, if Apple was to drop straight into that zone. Look at CGC. CGC is trying to go. You know, Apple also has this previous channel. Remember, this was your big consolidation range on Apple. And then you broke out here. So we're testing that breakout zone. Liquidity breakout zone. But if you start falling, you could head back in this channel. It's a big area for Apple. And obviously the Qs are weak still at the moment. Qs have actually gone back to the negative side, whereas the S&P is still slightly green. Russell up 0.5%. So Apple trying to bounce a little bit. Microsoft trying to bounce. Same thing with Google, the Qs. Everything's trying to bounce. Still CGC is looking constructive to potentially break this flag pattern. Notice how CGC barely saw any sellers, even with a little bit of a decline in the markets there. So definitely some relative strength. Off of that decline, you did have 4 other sectors turn red: utilities, consumer discretionary, real estate, and energy. And XLK still red, obviously. So a little bit more red starting to appear on the screen with the Dixie pushing, yield still pushing. Qs are trying to move up a little bit here. Final, it's approaching 1 o'clock time frame. Volume should lighten up in this range a bit. Qs are still struggling in this range. Again, Microsoft, Apple still looking heavy. Nvidia, Amazon also looking heavy itself. Alright guys, I'm still on the mic here. I'm just going to take a little bit of a pause here, go on silent for a few minutes. When I come back, probably very shortly, in about 20-30 minutes, but I'm still going to be in front of my computer just working on a couple of things. We're just going to do a quick run through of many different charts. We can start scanning. Maybe we'll just go through some of the large cap S&P 500. Maybe we'll go through a couple China names as well, but we'll just do a quick run through of some of the daily charts and looking at some setups, because we've at a point where you can definitely say the market has turned, obviously turned to the downside, but now the selling has obviously slowed down right today. Obviously the day's not over, we can now obviously see more downside, but the selling is abating. We're still coming into some daily chart support, so there's going to be another potential mini turn in the market where you have a bounce, and there's obviously going to be some names that are setting up. One of the reasons you're not seeing all sectors selling off today is because there's accumulation happening under the surface in many different long names. Obviously there's still selling occurring through semis, and as we approach earnings there could be more selling. So it's going to be a tricky environment because you have accumulation occurring. Some stocks are heading into earnings, some stocks are doing well already, some stocks are doing poorly. And it's going to set up a lot of opportunities in the market over the next, at least 2 months. So I'm just going to go silent, and we'll see what the QQQ does here. We'll see what the Qs do here. Just chopping a little bit of a bear range at the moment. The Dixie's still trying to press higher here, trading at 106.09, up 0.23% on the session. Excuse me. And if we look at the regionals, regionals are still showing some positive signs. They're sitting right on that daily 200 MA, just slightly above it. Obviously the S&P is still sitting above that important gap that everyone's looking at. So there's still a potential they take us right into that zone. So you can see the correlation here as the Dixie's approaching double top. You can see the QQQ's approaching, it's almost trending into that double bottom. So a clear correlation. Obviously the 10-year yield is strong today. Rates are still firm. Amazon's dumping here pretty sharply now. Amazon's declining pretty sharply. Oops. Microsoft also seeing downside. Meta curling down. Google holding steady. Nvidia trading at just below 850. Yeah, the Qs are seeing a pretty horrific breakdown here so far. The sell side pressure in Amazon, pretty immense. You have Microsoft declining sharply, Nvidia participating. Google's staying stabilized, Meta's seeing downside, Bitcoin's holding steady. Commodities are mixed, but the VIX and the dollar are spiking. 10-year yield holding firm. S&P is now down 0.22%. Pretty decent down move occurring. Amazon looks so bearish right now. I mean, it's dragging things down. More sectors are turning red. You still have financials, communications holding up. Regionals are still showing positive across the carry ETF. Retail XRT still slightly green. But definitely tremendous sell side pressure in the mega caps. And Amazon's still falling. So it's important to recognize on Amazon how you got rejected at daily chart resistance today. All the way at your 20-day moving average, we're sat at 182.29. I don't have it turned on here, but QQQ selling off pretty ferociously at this point. Oil flipped to the green side again, now slightly positive. Nat gas is still up about 0.89%, but some of those stocks are being slightly faded as well. The S&P 500 is losing that, the SPY ETF is losing that whole psychological number of 500. So that's the critical aspect about the market. The market seems to be wanting to just go through a quick sell-off, rip the band-aid off quickly, adjusting to rates fairly sharply. Which is to be expected. Like, you have to come back to some sort of an equilibrium. So Nvidia is still green, slightly, but also being faded, likely going to go red, which means market's probably going to go down some more. Obviously the S&P is negative, so you're seeing more and more sell side pressure. And we're not far from this intraday gap. Could be tested today. QQQ getting absolutely demolished here, made a little bit of a brief new low of day. There it goes, dropping. QQQ is dropping faster, even faster than the S&P 500. And begs the question, is the S&P 500 going to test that gap fill today? You can see there's quite a bit of support on the S&P 500 here on the daily chart. There's this beautiful little parallel channel. Let's actually just look at this. This is why we might be bouncing in the Qs and the markets. Qs have a little bit of a down-sloping falling wedge pattern, so this is where the markets may have some better support. Obviously, that gap still looms. But so you can see on the daily chart of the S&P, you got this little parallel channel from pivot low to pivot low. That's where you're currently tapping. But it makes sense that we should pierce that channel to at least fill this gap. That's the important zone. And notice how the S&P has tested the psychological 500 whole number a couple times today. That's obviously a line in the sand the bulls are trying to maintain. But we bounced right off of that today. Let's see, 500. Again, there's still a lot of weakness in Amazon, Microsoft today. Whenever there's weakness in Microsoft, you know, you have consecutive down days. That's something that pretty much can weigh on everything. It's a clear trend to the downside right now. Breaching critical levels. Generally, things like to have a 3-bar surge to a low. So often you can see a 1-day sell-off, second day, and then a gap down, an exhaustion gap. Often that third exhaustion gap down can be a really good trade setup for day traders for an intraday bounce. So look for that tomorrow. If Microsoft gaps down tomorrow, I think, especially if it tested the whole number 400, I think that would be pretty good intraday buying opportunity for day traders. So that'll certainly be on watch. Amazon as well. It's had about two bar surge down. Good AMZN. Often we get that third exhaustion bar down. It's common sense looking at Roblox. Let's look at Roblox. Yeah, RBLX looks very similar to the S&P, right? Hovering above a major technical gap. So really this is going to trade with the S&P 500. So I think that obviously it's not an S&P 500 stock, but the way it's trading just above that breakaway gap, it's very similar setup that's occurring. As of now, companies that typically don't have as strong moats, especially with rates moving higher, are a little bit more susceptible. I did mark a golden cross. Let's turn on that, the 50 and the 200. So it occurred here, but now the problem is that you've had the golden cross, and now you're starting to get closers below the key moving average. So that golden cross was looking powerful, and then you got rejected a few times. You know, again off of a earnings gap up and reversal. So obviously there's a lot of liquidity sitting here at this gap, but this pattern looks pretty bearish. The fact that you had one attempt rejected, a second major attempt rejected, and making new lows. Can it bounce with the market? Yeah, for sure. But it's still a risky trade right now. This is a lot of like bearish consolidation that could lead to a further move down. I'd at least be patient. You're very close to filling this gap if you're looking to buy it, but I wouldn't even enter there, in my opinion. For a day trade, maybe, if it flushed. But other than that, nat gas very choppy in this range, very sloppy, up down all around. Trying to hold some critical levels for a potential retest of a breakout, but hasn't been able to get going truly yet. One could argue you have broken a bit of a intraday downtrend here. Had a few attempts at breaking out, but no successful ones yet. The fact that inventories came out fairly muted today, interesting to see. It's fairly quiet price action. Even though the market is struggling today, obviously nat gas is slightly positive. You're seeing EQT's slightly up today. AR is flat on the session. Energy complex is actually negative across the board. Let's look at EQT. This one, EQT is actually seeing some strength today. Still hasn't gotten going. An attempt at a breakout. This pattern needs more consolidation. Needs to hold this area. It's a critical level. Still potential. This almost looked like a clean breakout and then got rejected slightly. So now we're at long-term support again. We'll see if this one can move up. Obviously, it's tied to nat gas price action and susceptible to equity market price action. Today, obviously, crypto stocks got a bounce. Bitcoin up nicely, 3%. Nice clean bounce on Bitcoin. Still trading under this wedge pattern breakdown. But for the bulls now, one could argue, okay, this is now the new pivot point. Obviously you created a little bit of a lower low here and a lower high, but now you still have a rather large new potential wedge pattern where you could chop back to the high end, float back down to the low end. So we'll see what type of reaction we get off of this point for Bitcoin. But any sort of consolidation under this little trend line here on the daily chart would likely result in more bearish price action. And then is Bitcoin going to break out of this little downtrend? Honestly, at this point, it is looking like they're probably going to rip the Band-Aid off in this market and give us a nice flush into this gap fill in the S&P. That's looking fairly likely at this point. So you're seeing a lot of downside protection being bought. And I mean, it's easy to see where the sell side pressure is coming from right now. It's Amazon. You have Microsoft just absolutely very, very heavy at the moment, trading at 406.77, down 1.23%. So underperformance. Amazon right now down 1.27% and free falling. Tesla under 150, Nvidia under 845, testing, yep, now under. Had to step away. How has the session been? Saw Apple is down big. Yeah, Apple's down 0.77%. But it's actually outperforming, it's underperforming the Qs, but it's outperforming Microsoft. Microsoft and Amazon are seeing some heavy sell side. There's likely going to be a flush on the S&P, down to 895. The S&P is only down 0.3% on the session right now. So another 0.65% down. I mean, that could certainly happen today. That could easily happen today. So downside protection VIX is being gobbled up right now. You've seen the VIX make a nice reversal. Obviously the SOXS performing. Dixie's ripping. 10-year yield has been strong all day. Hasn't given up really much of its strength. Oil's been teetering from green to red. Nat gas slightly positive. Market was green pretty much early on when we rolled those calls up, and now it's been sold into yet again, making new lows. And yeah, everyone's watching this gap down here. There's still some signs of accumulation occurring in this range, but intraday action, there could always be another flush. Apple right now is teetering on confirming again this daily chart breakdown, the head and shoulders. But at the same time, look at what it's approaching, weekly chart support. You have the EMA 113 and you have the the 100 simple moving average. Those moving averages is confluencing in that zone. So a lot of weekly chart support that Apple hasn't tested in really quite a long time. So let's see how Apple responds there. Still a big important stock to pay attention to, even though it's almost been faded out of the limelight. Obviously, there's a strong thesis for Apple right now, given the fact that because it has such a huge moat of cash in a higher rate environment, it acts more defensively than some of the other mega cap stocks. When people thought rates were going to get cut, they go to the higher growth stocks because they want outperformance. Obviously, Apple's not going to outperform, even though it does outperform many stocks. It won't outperform some of the bigger, higher beta stocks. But nevertheless, now that rate expectations have changed, that cash around Apple's business model can change things. So you still might see a lot of pair trading opportunities where likes of Apple. I think Apple can actually still see a bit of a bounce in this range, even as a swing trade. But watching for that weekly chart pattern. That's what I'm waiting for this week. You know, if you get a break of this trend line on a weekly basis, and if you lose this weekly breakout candle, that's not a positive sign. So in another day, we'll likely know a lot more information. If the S&P tries to bounce here on an hourly chart, so we've defended this area now all the way back here on this hourly candle yesterday, come down, we've tested it again today. Earlier on it was defended. Now we're back testing that whole move again on an hourly basis. So you're seeing on an hourly chart there is some buyers defending this range for the last consecutive hours and a portion of yesterday. So if we start to firm up here again, I think you're going to probably retest this hourly chart channel in the S&P. If you start breaking down, then it's that gap fill. And then if you recapture this channel, probably go to the high end. Still have communications, XLC, XLF, XLP, XLU, and healthcare slightly positive. The laggers, XLK through Microsoft. Pretty cool. 4-hour candles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive hours of selling. 8 consecutive 4-hour candles of selling. The bears need to fill this gap. Come on. But you are creating a pretty mean falling wedge pattern on the S&P chart. So that's going to likely result in a pretty nice tradable bounce. I'm going to put the S&P up here on the top screen. A little bit bigger. Apple's still selling off. Another wave of selling creeping into the markets. Another wave. You're looking at Micron. I would probably wait a little bit on Micron, personally. I know it's going through a nice decline, but semis are being attacked right now. This one's still extended after its earnings gap up, and obviously major gap still looming there. On a weekly chart basis, let's see how it responds at these trend lines, this lower boundary one, and this first fib level. We still haven't tagged that first fib level. Looking at 110, that's kind of aggressive. And then on the daily chart, you look at this trend line going back to your pivot. That also sits right underneath that first fib level at around 108. Again, I'm looking at a potential 3-bar surge, another gap down potential. It'll be interesting to see if they close. There's a scenario too. I've been thinking how they can close that S&P today. You know, what if they give us a little bit of a bounce here or hold us steady in a small tight range? Doesn't have to be like a big breakout bounce. Maybe it just stays, you know, somewhere in the middle of this range or around here. What happens if they gap us down tomorrow then? They could gap us down over the gap tomorrow, and then that could set up a potential little 3-bar surge exhaustion move. That would be an interesting play. If they gap us over this gap tomorrow, or even if we close the day below it, I think that's a pretty bearish sign. But there's still definitely some support in this range, as we've discussed. But I'd wait on Micron. CGC, yeah, CGC still just pushing at the highs, right? Keeps stair-stepping its way up. That's a very bullish pattern. Look at that. That thing wants to break and squeeze. Just do a measured move of that potential bull flag pattern. Hourly chart, still just grinding higher. And in reality, it's a clean back test of this trend line from pivot high to pivot high. Look how clean that back test was after original breakout zone. That's pretty amazing to see. And the market's not that strong today. I mean, you have some strength in the Russell, but that's been faded. But it does look like the Qs, everything are getting a little bit of a bounce here. Maybe this is where you see canopy breakout potential. Microsoft still dumping, Bitcoin dumping, Amazon finding a little bit of support. Microsoft still Apple finding a little bit of support. Tesla still hovering under 150. Google still trading above its key moving averages in an uptrend. Meta, a little bit of a 10-minute bear flag on Meta. Trying to push through though and break out a little bit. And honestly, it does look like Apple wants to eventually try to break out of this falling wedge pattern. Obviously, you can still keep trickling lower, but there's a pretty interesting falling wedge pattern occurring with a higher low intraday divergence. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. It honestly looks like Microsoft's just going to continue to sell here. Alright guys, I'm here in front of things. We're seeing the Qs, S&P bouncing, Apple bouncing, Amazon, Microsoft, pretty much everything across the board in mega cap tech is seeing a bid. Even Tesla, Bitcoin trying to recapture 63,000. Oil under 82, that's typically a positive sign for the equity markets. But as of now, the Qs and SPY's back above that psychological whole number. Again, that's going to be an important close day. Do we close above 500 on the SPY or below 500? Are we going to close below or above 500? What's everyone's thoughts today? The odds heavily just swung in favor of 500. Pretty firm rejection there off of the S&P 500. Back below 500 on the SPY. And chopping. So it just seems that the Microsoft pops today are being sold into at every single point. We're approaching 230. So there's still a little bit of trading left. But as of now, Microsoft looking quite negative. What's also interesting is you're in a really bear environment now because the Russell, which was strong throughout the day, went red. So more and more sell side pressure coming into things. Still have a few sectors green, but much more weakness creeping into things. Pretty much testing this this 382 fib level on the Russell. Daily chart, no real moving average support on the daily chart. If you look at the weekly chart of the Russell, take a look what we're back testing today on the weekly time frame. That's the 200 weekly moving average on the Russell. Should be an area of support. Last couple times here you bounced, and you've done a nice 3 weekly bar surge into a key moving average. Let's say we go lower, there's still a lot of support in this range around this confluence, the weekly 50 and the weekly EMA 113. So still a lot of support in this range, and right now we're below that weekly 200. That sits at 192.75. So a very interesting standpoint. Now if we erase that wedge pattern and we go back to that original breakout zone, which you can really draw from, say, this zone, you can clearly see we're now back testing this previous breakout zone. Connecting this pivot to this pivot to this pivot, so we'll see if we get a bounce. As of now, QQQ is the real dominant selling force impacting the market in a pretty big way. So I think that my thoughts into the close, I mean, Chris is thinking there's going to be a sell-off. That's looking like the likeliest scenario based off of what we're seeing technically. But, you know, everyone's looking at this gap. I think it would be crazy and interesting to see them give this a little bit of a facelift. You know, just keep us in this tight wedge pattern, this range, but a little bit more to the higher side, maybe above 500, 501. And then gap us down tomorrow. I would love to see that. If they closed us slightly off of these lows and then they gap us down tomorrow over this gap, I think that's what it's shaping up for. But right now it's the QQQ and the trend looks weak. You know, you look at Microsoft selling, Meta breaking a 10-minute bear flag, Google breaking down, Apple's also trying to see a little bit of a 10-minute bear flag breakdown here. This S&P could easily fill the gap and then some today. And as of now, it's selling pretty sharply. Yeah, intraday's tough. Intraday's very tough. I think it's better to be more swing trading. That's definitely where the more you have more time, you can be more consistent. Intraday's tough. Again, the correlation right now is clear. Basically a very identical pattern on the Dixie and the SPY chart. From this last little pivot low on the Dixie, you pretty much had your pivot high on the SPY. Now you're trying to maybe break out of a flag pattern, not quite ready yet, so SPY hasn't really broken down its flagging. So very similar patterns. It's kind of moving in tandem with each other as of now. It's Common Sense is asking, what would I prefer to buy today if I had to pick between XLE and XLU, so energy and utilities? Well, let's take a look at both charts. I'll put the S&P down here. So XLE's obviously gone through a nice sell-off. This is looking like a pretty clear technical retrace back to the breakout zone. So I really want to see energy XLE hold this area because you did confirm the breakout on the weekly chart. So this is definitely a good area, risk to reward, just in the near term. But really, if you lose this area, then you could even go back down to the low end of the wedge. So you can see maybe there's a bit more downside potential to about 92, but anywhere in this range I think is a decent area. Obviously you're below the previous little pivot here on XLE, and you're really coming into this pivot zone. So there's a lot of technical support here. Hard sell-off. It really depends on what oil does. So oil is going to be influenced as well by the dollar. So there's many factors here to the energy trade. Looking at oil, oil's still trading above that 50-day, getting some buyers. So it's still technically holding higher highs, higher lows, and looking to press higher and bounce. So I still think oil can move higher. Therefore, I do like the XLE pullback. Just understand, I mean, there is a potential we can go a little bit lower. Let's draw a fib retrace from that high to low. You can see you're breaching the first fib level here. So obviously that means you could test the next one at 91.40. So maybe if you give yourself room to inch in a little here and then maybe at the next fib, that way your 50-day would likely be curling up at that point. But oil right now is showing a little bit of weakness, trying to bounce off of the lows today. Let's look at utilities, and I'll let you know which one I prefer out of the two once we analyze both. So notice how utilities are doing its bullish backtest, XLU. This is actually a weekly chart pattern. Where you had a nice little breakout on the weekly chart, and you're trying to hold that impulse candle on the weekly basis. So still technically, as long as you hold that candle, it's a positive sign. They are trying to push higher. So in the face of all this market weakness, utilities have actually outperformed a little bit more and are bouncing. And I do think that even if the markets bounce, utilities can push higher off of this bounce too as a more defensive sector. Look at how you kept on losing the daily 200 here, daily to 200. So I think utilities are broken out into a little bit of a new uptrend as a more defensive based unit, having exposure to oil, gas, etc. energy markets. So utilities are trying to firm up here. So I do like the utility trade, but not all the individual tickers or trade are the same. I think the utility trade is a little bit, it might have a little bit less risk because of the geopolitical issues with oil right now. But again, the oil trade's looking firm. That's a tough question. That's a good one. Yeah, exactly. There are some sharp pullbacks in energy. Energy can be very volatile. You have to recognize that for sure. And if we don't, you can get caught. I don't think utilities will move as fast as the energy trade. The energy trade may play out quicker. The moves may be more sudden and sharp. But the utility trade might just be a little bit more of a slower grind. I'd like energy. If energy flushed into the daily 50 moving average and this Fibonacci, this 382 fib level in the next, say, week or less, I would like that trade a lot. I would pick that trade. But as of now, I think utilities look like the better setup. Just in the short term. We don't know how oil is going to react around this area, so utilities are bouncing off the key MAs, looking to potentially break out. You've seen some individual chart breakouts holding up well. But oil could even backtest, its daily 200 or this previous little breakout zone. You have some pretty decent support levels layered in here for oil. So perhaps a little bit more downside in oil and then a bigger move. That would be, I would buy this area in oil. Alright guys, just 1 second. I'll be right back. Getting a phone call. A lot of mega cap tech strength coming back into the picture here across the board. You are seeing Microsoft finally seeing a little bit of buying pressure, which is helping things in the near term. So we haven't really seen Microsoft. We've seen Microsoft weak all day. Hard weekly red candle down, engulfing the last 4 weeks. But as of now, small little bounce occurring in Microsoft. Now the S&P, really big bounce. Look at this squeeze coming out of the power hour session, starting off with a massive move to the upside. Trying to get back above 500 again. If the bulls can get above 500 on the SPY and close it there, that's a bit better psychologically. But if you get a daily close below 500, then the bears are flexing their muscles and showing their strength. You can see Apple testing its little falling wedge, trying to break out of it. Is it ready? Time will tell. You could start to see a little bit more relative performance, just like Google's outperforming. Could start to see, as some stocks bottom here, you'll start to see some outperformance across the board. Other stocks that need to take a bigger breather may fall. Amazon's about $2 away from its 50-day moving average, which sits at 177.09. Google right now trading well above its 50-day moving average. You have Meta, within about $10, $9 of its 50-day moving average. Microsoft right now, let's pull it up, is currently well below its 50-day moving average by about $10. Apple right now also well below its 50-day. Looks like Apple wants to try to test this breakout. It could help lift all the indices simultaneously. Let's look at how small caps are doing right now. Does look like they want to potentially push this up. I'm looking at some 502s and 503s as a quick little intraday surge. I'm seeing the Russell actually trying to break out of its little consolidation pattern, which makes me think the S&P is also going to do it. Seeing definitely some stocks are trying to form a little bit of a bottom here. Microsoft needs to continue. Nvidia, Tesla's trying to go. Getting slightly faded. The Dixie right now still hovering above 106.13. Alright guys, I'm going to take the 502 call in the S&P. I'm not yet triggered. Actually, you know what? Just going to wait. Let's see this. We need to get a nice little break above this 500 zone. Let's go to the 1 minute chart. Trying to get above. Cons are at 11 cents right now, 11, 12 cents teetering between on the 502. It's out of the money by about $2 for sure. 501s, they're sitting about at 29 cents. The S&P is trying to push up here. $501 calls are pushing from 32 cents now, moving higher. 33 cents. Alright guys, I'm going to take a 501 call. Stop loss is if we lose this red bar. I just got filled at 31 cents. 31 cents a contract, 501. Just small size, sizing it for loss. $0.3. I've got 10 contracts at 30 cents. Just small position. Alright, they are starting to move up. Let's put that 501. Russell again is trying to press. They're now up to 34 cents. Come on. They did spike a little bit higher, but we're being sold into at the moment. Yeah, oil's coming down right now. Oil's coming down. Tesla's trying to push. Microsoft, Apple's still trying to get a little continuation, but the S&P is still lagging a touch here. Alright guys, if we lose this 499.55 zone, I'll look to exit. Don't want to get caught in this. Alright, they're looking like it's a failed little breakout. Still in. Let's see if we can hold that EMA. One more little attempt at coming. Alright, QQQ still holding that EMA. Still holding above this red bar. Come on. Cons are back to break even. Again, I'm still seeing the market trying to push up here. S&P below that psychological whole number of 500. But trying to, it's a battleground, right? Trying to get above that. S&P is now moving up. Still below that 500. Again, it's a big fight between the bulls and the bears. Here we go. We're getting a recapture of that level. We're starting to recapture that level. Contracts are moving up. We just need 501s. We're sitting at 30 cents a con. 501s, we're starting to move here. Again, I just have 10 contracts. It was super light. They're up to 38 cents a contract now. Let's see if we can ride this a little bit more. I mean, I'm not going to trim yet. I'll trim if they get in the money. Nice little potential breakout here. Russell's looking strong as well. Apple's trying to curl. Nice little move. Buyers coming in MSOS. Yep. Yes, there are. Qs are getting rejected. S&P also getting short-term rejection. Right back down. So the little attempt at a breakout has been kiboshed here. Has been kiboshed in the near term. There's another back test of the breakout, which hasn't technically confirmed yet. And I don't like that aspect of it. But it's holding above that EMA. It's trying to fight. S&P starting to roll over a bit. Markets are losing their momentum. Sell side and Microsoft again weighing on things. So you're still trying to form a base here. You haven't negated your downtrend. You've made higher lows here and potentially another one, but you still haven't taken out this high. Yeah, Tesla's trying to move up off of the lows a little bit here. So is the Russell. You're seeing a little bit more accumulation in some of the riskier assets, but still weakness in Microsoft. But nice move up off of the lows for Tesla, for sure. This could be a potential higher high. You need to confirm it, so you've got a nice 5-minute higher high close on Tesla. If you can get above it and start pushing up there, then yeah, Tesla does have some more room to run. Apple again trying to break out of this downsloping wedge, getting short-term rejected, but working out the sellers, still holding more of a flag pattern, a little bit more constructive than the Q or than the SPY. Selling off a little bit sharper now. Here comes the back test and also the higher low test that is approaching. Very bearish price action in the major indices. Extremely bearish. S&P trying to hold support but below the 1 minute EMA 113.